Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back. How is everyone doing today? Let me adjust some volumes here. Oops, I was intending to eat a little snack in between. I forgot to open it, so you're just gonna have to put up with me chewing a little bit. Hey, Runcho. Hey, Clown Hammer. Hey, Pop Away. Hey, Fegley, Tuxedo, Huge Dino. Hey, Wick Central and Mike and Ranch Kid. Hey, Raven Keeper and Cody. Hey, Aetherline, Clown Hammer. What else do we have here? Bob of Evidences. How are folks? Dr. Dave, welcome. Let me clean up a little bit. This is where we left off. So, this morning, working on Delta Flyer on Killer Print's channel. So, if you're not subscribed over there, be sure to subscribe. We're trying to get to Killer Prints to 1,000 subscribers by the end of this month. So, hey Nemi, hey Delvin, Steve, Joel, and Scott. Hey Collie, hey Bill. Grow coffee tea so the rest of the world can start their day. Exactly. I'm gonna put my phone away and put this printer away. We made good progress on this today. We'll make more on it next week. Hey, Nuno. Hey, Steve. This over here. Oscar's back. Lots of little things to clean up here. This is one of the things about these dual stream Sundays. I prioritized more coffee over cleanup time. Oh, geez. You made a little bit of a mess. Maybe if I put my coffee there, you won't sit on my space bar. Maybe that's the trick. Hey, Jeremy. Welcome. Okay. Let's get the star of the show over here. It is nice and heavy. Bye, Oscar. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Let me clean up this little bit of a coffee mess he made, so it's not sitting here soaking into my workbench. Go. What do we have? Well, of course, Oscar's a star. It's co-star of the build. Co-star of the build. Okay, we are really hoping, expecting the print today. So I'm going to figure out all the little things that it's going to take to do that. There is a lot of little things. So let's get to it. Hey, Pedro. Hey, Neil. Hey, Raj. Alan. Hey, Mark. Can be extra quiet in chat today. It's my weekend of work and trying to zip tie power cables. Ew, not fun. Okay, so between streams. So last stream we got this changing tools very, very reliably. I was very pleased. It was awesome. I am very surprised that it worked because I had a difference in the spacing on the tool head versus the spacing on the docks of 1.1 millimeters because I didn't check something when I was designing the docks. I designed the docks based on existing docks that were out there and did not design them based on the docks that Telxoid had put on the A4T mod. So the problem with me not paying attention. So anyway, let me get that out of the way. We'll talk about that little piece here in a minute. So I fixed that. So one of the things that was happening on the last stream is when the tool was docked, especially this one over here, is tilting for it was tilting back significantly. So I thought, you know, something that is definitely going to help with that is adding a fourth mounting point to the dock. So that's what I did. And that's where I discovered that spacing issues. I added the 4 mounting points. Then I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get to that on the tool heads, but I did. Tool heads have been completely rebuilt, redone. So added, and that's where I discovered the spacing difference. So I added a 4th point on the A4T tool heads, made a match here, added 2 mounting points on the bottom, 2 heat set points for a ooze shield and nozzle scrubber setup, and we'll talk about that. This guy, that guy right there, is a very cool little holiday gift from Big Tree Tech. It is a ferrofluid, noise activated, fun display piece. So it's reacting to me talking, any other noises in the room, it's reacting to, and it is really kind of cool. So anyway, I am really surprised that this worked as well as it did last stream because of that difference in the dock spacing. Called how? What? I clearly need to get on Big Tier Tech Holiday gift list. I should bring out, the LDO sent a really cool, if you've seen Modbot Daniel's X post, Twitter post on it, LDO sent out this really intricate, cool dragon art piece, little paper, stacked paper dragon art piece that looks really cool. Like that movie Arrival. So, is that how they did the effect there? I wonder if that was. Okay, so new docks with 4 mounting points, 2 heat sets in the bottom. Tool heads now have the 4 mounting points. This all sets on there really nice. I did test it yesterday. I did have to adjust the Y location by 1 millimeter, which is kind of expected. So this is going to start up and yeah, it is. And it does say on, I don't remember where I read it, but it is the ferrofluid is in a mineral oil and then it's in a water bath there. Okay, so we're gonna just kind of manually put tool 0 on the tool, on the carriage. So I did another thing that as part of this, you can't really tell from that angle, but maybe from this angle we can get it. So I redesigned the EBB 36 Gen 2 mounts for these. I added, let's see if I have the old ones here. I mirrored basically the zip tie setup. Yeah, here they are. So I mirrored, this is the old one. So the way I have my umbilical cable ran is a little different, interesting. I'm doing this for strain relief, but I was running it down to this zip tie point and then around and up this side on both tool heads. What I did is I mirrored these mounts across the part. They're both have all the mounts on them, so that I could actually mirror the umbilical path over here. Since it goes the opposite direction, it allows me to connect them both the same, just mirrored. Does that make sense? Hey, Mark. Those bed mounts from my Trident build. They're fine. I just have to remember to clamp the bed to the frame when I tip the printer over. So yeah, I'm a lot more pleased with the umbilical routing right now. Things are working pretty good. So if we home, let's home this. It's gonna home, and then we can grab tool 1. There we go. Things move pretty nice. And this is what we basically did. Most of last stream was sitting here, seeing how reliable it's going to be for tool changes. So, and this is working pretty fantastic. I'm really pleased with this. So I can sit here and do this. I can do this all day. And it does feel a lot smoother in the changes. So very satisfying. There is a tool demo. There is a macro to automate this tool switch. Can you show how noisy it is? It's not going to be a great representation, but we can turn off the, let's see. Okay, noise suppression is turned off. We'll do one more round of tool changes. Noise suppression is off. There we go. So I'm going to turn noise suppression back on. Hey, Blint. Yeah, pretty much regular printer noises. Hey, Meko. It's not bad. So I think we bumped the speed up on these. We can look at the config. Tool changer, I think it's here. We're at 25,000 millimeters per minute. 25,000 millimeters per minute. It's somewhere over 300 millimeters per second. What is that? Let's see. Oh, it's 416 millimeters per second. 416 millimeters per second. Let's see if it's actually hitting that. Go to printer config. Yeah, I have max velocity at 5,000 or 500. So, hey, Peter. Don't think anything on my printer moves that fast. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there. I think it's fine. It seems to be reliable. So let's talk about the docks I did. So the Ooze blockers. So Telxoid had some in the CAD. I took some inspiration from there, but then using the materials I have. So I modeled these pieces. So I have not tested these, so we're gonna do that live. This is revision 2. First revision was too long and would interfere with the bed. So I shortened it up, and that's the only change I had to make. But this bolts to the bottom of the dock here. It bolts to the bottom here. And then there is a spot here for a bamboo A1 little waffle, one of these guys, silicone brush. And then what I did here, Telxoid's intent on the design he had was a piece of a feeler gauge on a part of the on a piece so that the rests against the nozzle. And I have this high temp silicone matte material that I used when we did the this is a lifetime supply of this for this purpose, but I use this for the same thing, the brush and nozzle or ooze blocker on the Tridex setup. So the intent here is to cut a strip 12 millimeters wide that loops through these two slots, and then I use a little button head screw on the bottom to lock it in place. So we're gonna try that and see how it works out. I have no idea. I haven't tried it. I have no idea how this is gonna actually work. The ferrofluid thing. Yes, the ferrofluid thing is definitely cool. Let's go here and let's go here because we're gonna have to cut this. And let's get some straight edges. And how wide is this thing? Well, that's pretty darn convenient that is 12 millimeters wide. That's pretty darn convenient. That's what we're gonna use. So we're basically gonna go put this right along there. And get my, and I don't know how long these are gonna need to be. So I'm basically just gonna cut out the length of, here, we're gonna do it this way. I'm gonna basically just cut out the length of my, yes, it's an Oscar. The length of my ruler here. Yep, I'm gonna use this as a cutting template. And this stuff cuts really easy. There we go. Little strip of silicone. Now I should have used oh, I guess I did a light enough touch. I don't feel any significant marks in my bench. I have a cutting pad somewhere. Okay, so then the intent is that this goes here, pushes down into there like that, right? And then this loops around. This is I like how tight this fit is, but it is a bit tight. Maybe slightly too tight. I want it to be tight, so that one's a little tighter than the other, so maybe we'll use this one as our adjustment. And then I'm gonna pull this through, and we're gonna create a loop. And the hope is that the tool head is always gonna attack it from this end, so it's gonna kind of push it out of the way, put it in, and it's gonna settle right in the middle there. So, what first print? Probably something super basic. I have more plans for this stream series. Today is just get it working. Get a slicer config going. Get both tool heads printing. And then on Wednesday, we're going to do something more fun with a print. So, okay, so this goes here, and then we can bolt this in place and adjust where that sits, if that makes sense. First print handy, man. You're gonna get me to print that on something, aren't you? You think, anyway. Hey, Belphegor. Oh, I I should put the little A1 thing, scrubber on there first, I think, but I want this to just barely kind of touch the bottom of the nozzle. Probably something like that, I think. Now it's a challenge to never print it. And hi, Bob. Welcome. So that's kind of, all it does is just needs to set there. It just needs to stop ooze. That's all. It's not a scrubber. So we're going to use the A1 little brush pad thing for a scrubber. But I think that's going to be okay right there. And if it's not, we can try something. We can try something else. So with that looking pretty good, let's go ahead and take this off again. Hey, Rushmere. And then I'm just going to take my side cutters and cut this flush. So there's my setup. And really with how tight that is, I bet you this would be just fine. But my intent here was to take a couple of M3 screws and just use that as a way to hopefully somewhat lock this in. We'll see how this works. So thread that in. And that's an M3 by 6, and this is a 6mm part, so it's not sticking up on the other side. Let's do this. You can kind of see the threads kind of locking into the silicone there, and it's not shifting the silicone at all. Yeah, I think that'll work really well. Okay. Hello, Zinc. No ugga-duggas. Right. That's just the threads. The threads themselves are doing all the work there. Have I seen the new E3D Revo Obsidian 500 nozzle? Yes, I have. Both of my Core 1s have those, and I have one on another printer, a regular Revo. Okay, clean that off, and then these guys. You're also hoping to get a Mad Max printing today. Awesome. Did you model the silicone into the design on Fusion? No, I just took measurements. So I took measurements here. This is gonna go in there, but I did, because I thought I was more cramped for space than I was. I did model to where I trim off just the edge of this. Just that edge, right like that. Because of hitting the bed here, I went a little on the side of extra space. So now that goes in there and it's right in that spot. So I need to order some more of these, but this goes right into the end and then goes right there. Now, ideally, and maybe I do this while I wait for the other one, so I'm gonna put some pressure on this just with my little clamps. Give it the clamps. I think if we can get some pressure on that for a little bit, it's just gonna help. It's not gonna hurt anyway. It's not gonna hurt. So now we're gonna do this to the other one. So, same thing here. Push this in here. It goes in like that. Goes in like that. We're gonna pull this through. Pull this through to, it's gonna end up being about the same as the other one, so. That looks the same. So I was checking, I had my glasses on, I realized that YouTube thought it would be appropriate to set the stream's resolution to 480. Ew. Flush cut that, and it shifted while I was doing it, so there we go. A couple more button heads. I don't know if these screws are necessary, but I kind of thought it was a neat idea to try to hold the silicone in that way. Go. Make sure I clean. Does a rubber sheet come in other LDO frame colors as well? This is true. This is not quite intentional, but that is an interesting observation. Okay, so now this one's the opposite side. So that goes there. I'm gonna cut off this side. And that's probably not even fully necessary to have to cut that off, but screws are a good thing to make sure the blockers don't sink in time with constant friction. I thought so too. And I wanted to try. Little techniques like that are interesting to try, even if it's maybe can be applied to another application later, see, depending on how well it works here. I'll put some pressure on those. Okay, I have not, for better or worse, I have not necessarily updated or got myself up to speed on print settings for this. So while those are kind of clamping together, let's go look at what the documentation says for slicer settings. And I think Joey has some stuff out there. Let's start doing that. Even left to the right, you can unscrew a Revo nozzle over time, if not even. Well, this is only moving in basically a very short distance. This is gonna move a very short distance along the X-plane. Otherwise, it's only moving along the hump. Hey, Bryce. I agree though, paying attention to the Revo nozzles. Okay, things around. Let's go there. Let's put the other ruler away since I didn't need it. Okay. Oh. Documentation time. Documentation time. Out of the way over here. So, responding to sound, it is. It is. It's a very cool little holiday gift from Big Tree Tech. Okay, let's go here. Let's reuse our Delta Flyer page. Go, Mad Max, GitHub. Let's see if that comes up. Nope. So I've always actually searched for this by Z-Runcho Mad Max. Well, there we go. Z-Runcho 3D and Mad Max. And go down here to documentation. Let's see where we left off. Sure, see if I've missed anything. Okay, bomb configuration, clipper configuration and calibration. I think we've done this. Let's go all the way down. We've done all these testing. We did a dock sequence reps. We did 5, but it says to do 100. I've probably done like 50 so far. I was thinking about something, Zrancho. So you say the feeler gauge. I was thinking that an interesting thing to try would be basically this. You might want to put those slots at like a 45-degree angle, but if you bent a feeler gauge across those slots, you would end up with a similar thing that's maybe a little more durable. And if you use a thin enough piece of either shim stock or feeler gauge, it's not going to transfer a lot of heat. It might be an interesting thing to try, is bend the feeler gauge in that same loop. Then it ends up with like built-in approach angle that are friendly and stuff. That's what that was the alternate thing I was thinking about last night when I was modeling up this nozzle control solution. Was conceived and tested and implemented all in the span of about 2 or 3 hours last night. Okay, prepare for printing. Make sure we have enough power supply. We do. Watch power. We should watch it though. Recalibrate your Z offset. Homing setup. Oh, and we did, so that's something that I need to figure out. Get a super gentle approach. Preloaded my feeler gauge on the Tri-Zero from one end to get a super gentle approach angle. Yeah. Visual fidget toy. The Z offset found in printer config will still be applied as well. So either remove that, or if you will only ever home with T0, then set the Z offset for each tool head to 0, and then you can continue to simply use the value found in printer config. That doesn't, does that make sense? Post an affiliate link for the ferrofluid thing. You can find those on AliExpress. If you search for ferrofluid music visualizer or something like that. Okay, let's see what we have here in my config for Z offset. We haven't set it, but I would think that we would set a Z offset here. There isn't one set. Position end stop would be, or is it in the probe? When you set this and then your tool 0 is 0, but tool 1 should be offset from there. Is there something in probe? I do have a probe here. Z offset is commented out. Okay, so we'll just use those. So it is commented out. It should take them, according to the docs, from tool 0 and tool 1 and the variables. It'll be in the offset save file. So here's our offsets that we calculated last time. Check your save config area. This here is where they are going to be. Okay, with that, and I've changed all the tool heads, so let's rerun. While these are still clamped, we'll give those as much time as we can. While those are still clamped, let's do an offset calibration with the nudge, which I haven't changed. So I'm hoping the nudge behaves today. Howie, that's about how much they cost on AliExpress. Too. You can find them in that range. Okay, we're gonna go here. Let me just home and Z-tilt. Hey, Jen. So right now we are going through, and I'm going to test offset between the two tool heads. Everything is working. Tool changes is working. We're getting ready to do a first print, and we're taking our time and trying to get through all the little steps to set stuff up so we'll be successful on a print. Which camera is that you're using on the printer? It's one of the WaveShare 5430 or whatever cameras in a housing that's no longer available. The person who made that housing took it down. Now we need to do a Z-tilt. Because without a Z-tilt ran, the position of nudge is not necessarily guaranteed. What adhesive are you using to bond the nozzle wipes to the holders? The stuff that came with it, Tuxedo. They have a adhesive strip on them already. I've heard mixed results on those being durable or not, so we'll just see. I don't have anything set up to automate the nozzle wipe procedure right now. I'm curious to see if the nozzle blocker is enough, along with a small purge tower. The nozzle blocker and a small purge tower may be plenty for clean prints. The wiper will be most important when doing things like the nudge setup. Does 3 lead screws have a benefit over 4? For this application, yes, Cepheus. The Trident uses a rigid bed frame, which means that you only need 3 points to define the plane. On a V2.4, you don't have a rigid gantry. The gantry is flexible, so then you need all 4 points to define the plane. But since this is rigid, the 3 points are what you want to go with. This allows us to tram the bed plane with the motion plane of the tool head. Hey, Timor. Look at the bottom of your printer config, the save config area, see if probe or stepper Z has an entry there. Thank you. And delete it if it does. I imagine it probably does. And thanks for the reminder. So Joey is saying to make sure that we don't have an entry in the printer config down here at the bottom. Position end stop is here, so I do want to delete this. I'll probably just delete both of these, right? Just delete those and let the other offsets take care of it. I think. If you do uncomment the line for the section above, uncomment the line for the section above. Do uncomment the line for what section above? Oh, okay. Yes, I think I know what you mean. Let's just get rid of those and then go up to probe, and this should be uncommented. Otherwise, it's going to give us a problem. So we'll leave that right there. And I think that's what you mean. Okay. So now we need to do our homing again. Move, home, home all. And actually what I want to do before I go any further is I'm going to heat this up. Do I want to heat it up? No, I was going to say heat up the bed, but I don't think that matters as much right at this moment. Let's do another Z-tilt. It shouldn't have changed, but now you set your T0 Z offset like you would on a standard printer. So Z T0 Z offset, how would you do that? Oh, okay. Yes, so you just do a probe calibrate. So home all. No, what the? That's wrong. Why did that? It's because I hit, so I screwed it up. Make sure you don't accidentally hit home X in your and that's funny. That is really cool. That is really cool what just happened, actually. You have to pay attention, but that's really cool what just happened. I accidentally hit home X on the screen instead of home all, because for some reason home X is the top choice and home all is in the bottom corner. But because I'm using the ZN stop here, a switch here that is ran through the Maxwell coupling, it didn't actually crash into this tool head. It hit it, but only with the force necessary to shift the tool head and basically trigger the switch. That's awesome. Now we home all. So if that hadn't been the case, if I didn't have that wired through there, it would have sat here grinding against the other tool head. Instead, it just basically homed to it. Okay, okay, and then a Z-tilt. So I started saying before, I have completely redone both tool heads. Somehow the LEDs stayed, it's not a bug, it's a feature, yeah. The LEDs stayed good. I didn't break any wires. So now I have all 4 mounting points on the tools. I have the mirrored umbilical wiring. This is tool 0. This is tool 1. So then home all. Isn't there a setting to tell it to home Y first before? It is, but I hit the specific home X button on the screen. It's right there in the top. Below it is home all. I just hit the wrong one. That's what happened. So I told it to home X only. I think we should YOLO it, Zarancho. Depending on how much time we have when we actually get to the printing part. I think we should YOLO it with a very basic print. Very basic. Okay, so that's done that. Now we need to do a probe calibrate. So, to do that properly to where it matters, I do need to heat up the bed though. Let's heat up the bed and heat up the extruder 1 just to make sure there's nothing on the tip of it. These are A4Ts, Oliver. Hey, Mike. These are another 4010 tool head from Armchair Engineering. So it's a very cool, very nice tool head. For this build, doing it again, I probably would have gone with something slimmer because the width of the tool head has an impact on my exclusion zones on the printer. So my exclusion zones are 25 millimeters by 75 millimeters off of each corner. So that's area where this tool head would collide with this tool head within that 25 by 75 millimeter corner of the bed. So I can't put anything over there that I'm printing. Considering A4T for a stealth changer build, but don't want to buy a new EBB 36 unless they are worth it. I like the A4T. It prints, there is a lot of attention to printability, built-in supports. I've had good luck with it. However, for any tool changer, I suspect that they're a little wide. I would suggest going with like an ant head or dragon burner or Yavoth or any of those other more slim tool changers. Really, if you're doing stealth changer, I really recommend an ant head. And that's what I'll be showing on my build series is an ant head, because there's additional user mods that are really handy to use for a stealth changer that are made for the ant head. So, and Zerpocalypse, we are using Gen 2 EBB 36s on this build here. I have this one in USB mode and this one in CAN mode. What is that cool thing next to the Voron named? That's a ferrofluid audio visualizer, I guess. The mag dock for ant head is amazing, and I will be doing the mag dock, and I'll be talking about that in my stealth changer build series. I'll be talking about what mods I'm using and why, and there will be links to all the mods I use in the description when I get that set up. I'll be building a 5-tool tool changer. Okay, this is heating up, so this is good. We haven't, it is heated up. So let's just do a quick re-home and re-Z tilt just in case. Why do I feel like I'll be modding mine after you get done? Once they're more readily in stock at US retailers like West 3, I'll probably switch over to A4T. A4T on a V0, that's another one where the tool head size matters. A4T is a very well done tool head. It is wide. So I'd be really think about that on a V0. You want to see the, yeah, we can switch over to the console. Console, here we go. And then I'm just going to hit Z tilt. I have a custom frame plan for the V0. Okay, then if you're accounting for that, then there you go. Hey, Ella. There we go. Nice and close. Then home all again. Look at the print start for slicer G-code, then edit your Tridex config with that and you should be okay. I didn't use the print start for the slicer. I'm going to be going out and looking at the rest of your configs that are out there, Joey. Your take on ant head, haven't used it in your Mad Max. Maybe like ant head on big printers because of how small it is. Looks out of place. Agreed. Okay. Let's do here. Probe calibrate. So this is going to do a offset check, and then we should get a menu here to bump this down, and then I get to use my patented Chris Riley, Chris's Basement Z offset calibration sheets. Taking a project break for winter tonight. Good. Definitely need a break now and then. So let's see. We're going to go bring this down closer. And then we're going to get this in here. Oh, we can go one more. And then we'll go a little bit. And just bumping it down with the on-screen controls. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go, a little too much. I'll call that right there. That's pretty good. It is just a Post-it, but it says Chris's Basement on it, so, and it says place nozzle here. So it's better than a Post-it. It's much better than a Post-it. I'm gonna keep this because they are rare. They're no longer made. Okay, so this is where we ended up with. So we're gonna accept this and save our config. And precious, exactly. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna keep the bed heated up since might as well. And we're gonna need the nozzle heated up for the next one. I think we'll need both nozzles heated up. We're going to redo our nudge, our offset calibration. So let's go ahead and home it all. Post-it notes, the real ones for them probably have as tight a tolerance as one can get without buying certified shim material. You're fine tuning that anyway. So any thin sheet of paper is going to be good. It's just not going to be as good as the Chris Riley patented nozzle offset sheets. Yeah, all of our problems here at Rancho with Z-tilt that we had on the several streams ago went away when the activated G-code started working and I was able to put in the probe delay. There we go. You know, if you could get them, these are cheaper than factory calibrated Post-it notes. You just have to go to the right festival and grab them off of Chris's table. Okay. What was the command? What was the command for finding the offsets for calibrating? Is it down here? Offset calibration. Hey, Franco. I know, Bob, but what is this paper and CNC machining too? It's clearly a precision tool. Here we go. Nudge. Nudge fine tool offsets. That's what I want. Is it safe to assume this build works with stock Trident parts and just replace the X gantry and idler parts? Yeah, you'll just lose more build area. TC find tool offsets, not this one. This is not the actual command here. Clipper automatic offset calibration for tool changes. TC. Where was that? TC find all tool offsets. There we go. Okay. Yep. We need to go to Joey's stuff. Joey's stuff. Okay, here. And I'm just going to paste this in. And let's see how it goes. It's doing the thing. Probe sample exceeded sample's tolerance. Why is that? Why is that? We had this working last time. Is it because of the... Probe samples exceeded. Is it because of the nudge thing? Let's try it again. Let's just run it again. I need to rebuild this with copper screws and all that stuff. I just didn't have enough time. Let's try adding a little bit of magnetic force. Try it now. Conductivity. It is not liking that. It is not liking that. Make sure this is clean. It is. Let's get a little bit of grease on these again. See if that helps. I have a 2.4 350 that I'm contemplating turning into either a Mad Max Trident or Index. Thoughts on these two options? The two of you had your hands on both. Index is unfinished, so I don't want to give a comparison until I've used what will be available. Put a little more grease on there and see if that takes care of it. What am I? That'll work. Copper screws aren't super easy to find. Okay, let's try this again. Can you increase the spread slightly? Here is probably not conductivity, but positioning related. Oh, really? Can you increase the spread? So decrease the pull? Okay. Let's try it again. No, move out of, no, now we got to move out of range. Ah. I don't understand this quite enough, so the help that Joey provides on this is super appreciated. Spread in the config is close to travel limits of the printer. But we fixed this last time, I thought. We fixed this last time. So move out of range. It tried to go to minus 8.196, which I think is our Y limit, is minus 8, position min. Can we go to minus, I wonder if I can, here. I bet you we have an extra an extra 0.5 millimeter. Let's see what happens. I bet you we have that extra little bit. Let's get this heated back up. You're very tight with the Y travel. Suggest restore spread and increase the tolerance for the nudge action. Restore spread. I don't know what that means. Don't knock it. Thanks for the gift of memberships. Do I have any to give? I think I used them all. Yeah, I used them all for the month. Okay, Z-tilt. Hey, Zark. Restoring the original value for spread because increasing it caused an over travel error. But we reduced it last stream. We had this working last stream. Okay, that did that. Let's do this. And then just run that again and see. No, I increased the spread in the magnets. I was weakening the magnetic pull. We changed retract distance for the overall travel. Yes, last stream we changed things to get to the point where it works. Now we're having trouble with, now I gotta exceed samples again. And I think that's all related to this guy, and I don't even know where I'm at with the seems awfully weak now. I'm gonna try increasing this. Yeah, we changed all the config values last stream to work. Now I think I'm mostly running into adjustments in this. Let's try this again. I did the snugging up the socket heads last stream. No, probe samples exceeds tolerance. Drop this to 1 probe, which should be just fine for a first print. Where would I do that? Look at the values here printed. Yeah, you drop this to 1 probe. Where is that? Is this up in here in the offset calibrations? And spread 3. Samples 3. So do this samples 1. Is that what I should do? Use a single probe after, yes, samples 1, okay. Go back through 150, 60, oops, 150, 60. Keep things warmed up. Hold on. Is the nozzle probe part of the Mad Max mod? Or you? So the nudge probe here is also a design from Zarancho. And we're using this as an implement to get the offsets between the tool heads. You could also use a camera. You can also use other variations of a physical probe like this. You cranked the screws down last time, but that leads to more creep till the material is compressed enough to not creep anymore. So a few Titan cycles is often needed, especially with heat. But it hasn't seen any of that yet. And this is a setup that's been here for a year or more than a year. Looks cool. I'm guessing it's based on wired magnets. No, it's based on a series of socket head screws that the tips of them touch each other, and then magnets that hold this whole thing together. Yes, but the socket head screws, the circuit is completed by these button head screws that's sitting here. So then that's a circuit. If it's nudged in any direction, then it breaks that circuit. Okay, let's try this again. Now what's it doing? It's waiting for the tool to get to 150, I think. I think it's waiting for it to settle. Yep. It's the thing to fix for the future. Got it. Probe triggered prior to movement. I need to redo it. Now it's got to heat up. Heat up this tool. Changing the contact position helps with reliability. So let me see here. What? Somewhere. I'm going to get in the way over here. So I have copper screws. I wonder if it would be suicide to try swapping the screws that are in this one out. That pause there is kind of interesting. I wonder why it's pausing. We got further that time, but the fact that the air is from a different direction says it's more of a general conductivity issue. Yep. Sweet. Success. Okay, so the problems we have there are not necessarily related to the configuration or anything. It's all related in the particular parts I have in the nudge probe. So we will call that good. Did this save those? I think we go here and it should, yeah, this just saved at 1141. So this just got the updated values for the tool set, the offsets. So cool. Just use the recommended parts in the future. Hey. I bought the recommended parts. I built this before these came in. So shush. You shush. Okay. Let's go here. Am I zoomed in here for some reason? Oh yeah, I'm way zoomed in. I know. Hey, John. Do you have slicer stuff out here? Tridex mods, tool changer, offset. You have slicer repo? That's in Tridex. What are we gonna print? What are we gonna print with? Let's do a few things. I have spool holder to put on here. Let's get some spool holders on here. There we go. Got a Felix in here. There we go. Hey, Felix kitty. Felix. Oh, no, here comes Oscar. Slicer decode is in one of the config files. Is that about how far I had it back on that one? Yeah. When I add internal spools, since you have the extra space from the tool heads. I've thought about that. These hammerhead nuts don't like to rotate into place. Thanks, Turbo. Nope, it's not rotating in. Let's try this one. Nope. The spacing here is just wrong for these to want to rotate in easy. Here, let's throw some Loctite on here. Give it a little. Oh, come on. Hammerheads in general are pretty terrible for this. Core 1 STL for use in your Trident. Cool. One for dual internal spool holders. Happy with those on dueling 0. Keeps cat hair out and dust off the filament. Okay, those are going to take a minute to firm up enough. So let's go ahead and put these guys on. And then we need to test a tool change to make sure that they are, where did that other driver go? Test the tool change to make sure that they don't interfere. These are just little M3 by 12 button heads. There we go. Just enough space there before the bed hits. Almost out of M312s. Oh, that is the LEDs I've found really interfere with the autofocus on the camera. Back to rave mode. Okay. Okay, where are you? There we go. Okay, let's see how this does. We homed and everything. Did we? Nope. Okay. So let's do a unselect tool. Okay, puts it right in place. Let's grab tool 0. Grab tool 1. Sweet. Okay, I think that'll work. Oof, what? Oof, what? Base drop tool head. Okay, let's see here. Let's go ahead and try this again. See if these will rotate into place. That's interesting. Ah, that won't. Okay, the distance there. Here, let me fix this real quick. Oh, I see. Okay, I need to trim. I'm going to trim this spool holder a little bit to make sure that the hammerhead nut has enough room to do its job. Make sure the hammerhead nut can hammerhead. Hey Bill, are you going to be around on Friday? There's a small possibility I may be looking for something to do while I wait for traffic to die down. I'm going to be in your general area on Friday. Probably. Okay, let's see if that'll work. Nope, that didn't. Well, this one? Nope, jeez. I absolutely hate on hammerheads. Okay, new plan. New plan. Boop. Boop. Everything's better with sound effects. Badoop. Boop. And doop. I didn't do this before because you can see the T-nuts on the side. I just need to modify my piece here to use them. There we go. There we go. Strong. Did you do the trick to put a dab of thread lock? I did. I did. There we go. Okay. Now we have spool holders. Go over there. This can go over here. That can get out of catch reach. I think that is fully complete setup. So what's critical for a hammerhead to spin into place is for it to be perfectly centered in the slot. Often, especially with like panel clips, if you're off, then it'll catch on the side of the of something and not rotate into place. You definitely don't want a screw length that's too deep that will run into the bottom of the extrusion for sure. But okay, where are we at? Where are we at? That is good. What are we going to print and how are we going to do it? So we could, where was let's go back. I seem to remember, let's go back again and configs. And your micron config, I think. And wasn't there a, oh, I thought there was a print profile. That's okay, we can make our own. What are we doing for start, print start? That's a good question. Print start. Let's look at print start. Often the hammerhead doesn't go deep enough into the extrusion slot and catches on the edges of the slot and doesn't turn like it should. Yep. Lots of reasons that hammerheads really kind of suck. Actually, is it up here? Is there tool, print start, tool changer macros? Is there print start in here? There, let's go back. There we go. Add nudge. Put your badass tool changer to work. Those are prints. Okay. Sometimes I've had better luck with hammerheads than trying to get the T-nuts in the right spot. I'm kind of bouncing around here a little bit, trying to figure a couple of things out. If there is not a print start there, my print start isn't going to be correct. So let's go look at, is there any other, let's close this. Homing override, tool detection, stealth burner macros. Okay, so if we go back here and go to these macros, here we go. Here's the print start. So let's look at the print start that, and let's grab this. There's a print start macro provided by Joey. I'm gonna look at this in a little more detail once we get it imported in here. So let's upload this. I think I have MadMax, configs, the micron one, and macros. There we go. Comment out the bed fans lines. Yeah. Was this up in here? No. Okay. So let's look at this macros config. So print start. So this is our print start. T0 starts param. Let's see. Always head off T0 does the probing tool head. What's your opinion on Galileo 2 versus Orbiter 2.5? I have a good luck with all my orbiters, Sherpa minis, but have not ventured past that. I really like Galileo 2. I don't have any complaints about Orbiter 2.5 either. My stealth changer build will be all orbiters because that's the recommended default config. Away. Okay, so smart homing. Home the printer if not already done. Is that smart homing a valid macro that I have elsewhere? Bed mesh calibrate adaptive. Where is the bed fans lines? Here's where I prime the use tools. Priming. Where's the bed fans lines? You said bed fans. Fan. Turn off heaters. Shut down motor. Fans. Oh, here it is. If printer set fan speed, so we can get rid of that little section right there. And that's off screen, but it's this little section down here I'm commenting out. Got any setups with tube compacts coming or running? My Phoenix is running tube compacts. Looking at my micron configs, not the repo config. But there is some bed fan stuff in here for the printer sleep, which doesn't really matter right now. Okay, so we can just save and start and see what happens, but we need this here. Print start tool. Is this a Prusa slicer compatible print start? Or do I need to change it? Is that Prusa slicer compatible? I'm gonna assume so for right now. Let's save that. Cool. I'm gonna save that, and I need to make sure that I have that in my loaded files here. So include macros.cfg, and I want to make sure I don't have a print start defined in here anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Let's see a print start in the sections here. So yep, okay. So save and restart now. Okay. Dashboard. So now we can bring up, delete that. We're gonna go to my printers, and do I have a Tridex? Yes. Yes, I already have a Tridex. So let's just reuse this one. Our bed shape is fine. 0, 0 is going to be there. Our print height. It's not going to print to that because of these bed mounts. Let's just say 225. And then we have 2 extruders. And hey, John, I'm doing very well. Oh, and here's, oh, I wonder how similar this is, because I would have probably got this from Joey anyway. Oh, not quite. What is this? Print mode primary. What is that? Deprecated to, otherwise it's very similar. Let's just comment out the first one. Do that. Wait, I can see the Prusa slicer for other than Prusa machines. Really? Yeah, Prusa slicer has been my go-to. I don't have anything against Orca slicer, and I use it for a couple of my machines, but I haven't gotten to the point where I'm using it exclusively. Oh, you have priming config separate? Oh, thank you for that. Print mode is for copy and mirror. Ah, okay, not needed here. You plan on preheating your tools to cut down on tool changer times. If you're not using Orca, you'll need a post-processing script. I can recommend the one you use. I can do that, or I think I can use Boss Slicer, which enables that. Okay, I'm just gonna save that for right now. I need to go and check for priming config, which I don't think I have. So let's upload priming config. We need priming config. Let's look at what's in here. This is priming. This is tools for priming the thing. Does this account for print size, Joey? It looks like all hard-coded locations. Is this okay? Will this work for me? Did I miss something from John? Oh yeah. Okay. Let's save that. That is cheat code for a logo for Rocky Mountain for Micron 180. Is there another priming config that I should grab? Because that's the one that's out there. That's the one that's on just a PSA. Cool. Thank you. That's the one that's out here. Is there another one I should use, or will this work fine? I try to be super fast. Okay, let's close that and go here, and we need priming config. And save and restart. Let's see. And I want these things to all be heated up. Let's get some filament. What do I have out here? I might have to go grab something. Do I have? What do I have? I think I put a bunch of my PLA back in the other garage. I might have to go grab stuff. Yeah, I think I put it all back in the other garage. Don't know that I have anything out here for PLA. Yeah, I don't have anything. I'll have to go grab stuff. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. This is the file I recommended changing in the DMs. Oh. What are you talking about? DMs. Where did you... Let me look. Did you send me a file to change to? Did you send me a file to change to? Front corner on T0, front bit around 180 for T1. I'll just go with it. If it's gonna work, we'll just go with it. It's fine. Whatever. We're gonna print with these two. I don't know why, because those were quick to grab. This is a Polymaker refill. It is a dark gray, not so dark gray. And this is a Prusa Pro Green from Filament. What did you use? So, Nico, what did you use for a slicer before Orca? Just out of curiosity. Whoa, that's interesting. That is interesting. As I enter, push that in, it twisted the filament. And why is that? That's... There we go. That's better. That was a weird twist on that entry. Red and green be more Christmassy. This is true. We'll do a red and green print on Wednesday. So we're going to come back to this. The plan is to come back to this on Wednesday and hopefully have Zorancho on as a guest and do some chatting about the project and print. Oh, Bamboo Studio. Okay. On the docs you chose from the community, many have blockers and brushes. If not, can do your own. Oh, yeah. Okay. I need to, what are we doing here? Let's load the other filament. Now, the particular setup that I have here says that this is tool 0. The filament for tool 0 is on the opposite side of where tool 0 is. So 0, 1, 0, 1. Let's bump this temperature up. Bump the temperature up so we can... There we go. I've got a knob on the front. Simplify 3D, that's what I basically started with. I used Cura for about a week before I decided this is for the birds and bought Simplify 3D. Okay, that one is heated up. Extruder 0 should be the active extruder, so I should be able to extrude. Yep, there we go. Why is that having a hard time? Is it just temperature related? That was skipping, just doing a normal 5 millimeters per second extrude. It is continuing to skip. Maybe we need more tension. Okay. Maybe just needed more tension. Okay, so that can't stay at 220 because I need to home because it's not homed. So let's bump the temperature down. I've never liked Cura, so I was very sad when Simplify 3D went basically dark and then changed the pricing and pretty much shot themselves in the foot. Hey, we got 3D Musketeers folks coming in. Grant, you never told me you were streaming. I asked you. Welcome, Musketeers. How are we doing? I haven't even paid attention to... What do we got? Boy, I do not like this new... YouTube changed their interface. I actually don't see how many likes we have right now. I don't have a likes view. What in the world? I cannot see how many likes we have. That is really frustrating. I can see how many people are here, and I can see how many views we have, which I really don't care. See how long I've been going. But it doesn't give me a likes view anymore. There's a shopping tab. Stupid. Stupid YouTube. Yeah, that is really dumb. Did you get the new? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. False alarm. Just to make sure that that number is going up, that it's not static, if you can hit that like button. Okay, let's home it all. Home. Going up quickly, yes. We're not quite to 50% though. We're at nearly 300 people here. Now we're at 50% likes. Hey, Relians. Okay. Hey, Master Moon. Hey, Delvin. Sometimes you gotta ask for what you want. This is true. Like and subscribe. That's what I want. Let's get those numbers up there. The index stuff, and ever since Formnext has been a really big boost for the channel. We've had nearly 300 subscribers since then, which is huge. Do I need to change what I did there, Joey? You just sent me a new print start command. Is it different from what I have already? Okay, so I have filament purged to tool 0. And then, so now we're gonna grab tool 1. Hey, John. Gotta play the YouTube game, yep. Yep. And let's bump up the temperature on tool 1 and make sure we got some tension on it. The slicer start G-code in the repo had a typo. Okay, I'll fix that then. Thank you. So that's gonna bump up there and should be able to extrude that. Why are you not actually feeding? Well, it should be. Oh, wrong one, wrong side. It is feeding. I just got done talking about that too. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. I just got done talking about that too. There's that. Extrude. It's extruding well. You set any color changes for each tool head. I haven't done anything yet. All I'm doing is putting filament in here. Putting filament in there. Focus is going nuts. It's this. See? That would be a good idea. Have a light at the spool that's active. I like the knob. Need a technical sticker. Autofocus sucks, yeah. I need to play with camera settings, I know. Let's bump this back down. That is in there. Get rid of the ooze. Now, we're not going to be using the brushes here for this test print. I don't have any macros set up to run through the brush routine. Maybe I can try to get that done before Sunday. Let's put the tool away. That'll give me enough room to do a little wipey on the table. And let's go back to the slicer. What do we got? We have 40 minutes until we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. 40 minutes till we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. There's links in the pin post and the description. Okay, 3. So Joey sent over a change because there was a typo in the slicer setting. So let's go here. So let's paste this here and see if we can spot the typo. There's something here? Oh, the equals was missing. You can't see that. The equal was missing. Here is T1 and is T1 equals. So I found it. Okay, so hey Phil, how's it going? Assuming it would be 2 white macros, 1 for each tool head. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's save that. An extruder 1. All of this should be really close because we're still just using, we're using 2 different tool heads. It's just the mechanism for changing is different. The T0, T1 macros are different from before, but all the slicer stuff should be very similar. So we go to filaments. And let's see, found out something new. Popping out chat on the Windows client. There's no membership giving on the chat. not popped out, it shows up. What an annoyance. 9 streams to get that thing to work. Do us more. We even have a chance. There is a lot of extra that goes on when you're streaming. So I wouldn't worry too much about this being 9 streams. It is a complex build. It is, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. Do I have any Tridex filament profiles from before? I do not. It doesn't really matter. We can just grab some. Do I have anything in PLA from a Voron? Probably. Oops. There we go. Let's just grab this one as a template. Milking it for the content. Oh. Stuff over here. Okay. What do we have here? Some reasonable extrusion multiplier. Some reasonable temperature. I'm probably going to go 225 on these. Bed temp 60. And cooling should be 100. Volumetric speed, not, I mean, these are Revo high flows. 9 is way low, but if we do something like 20 is probably safe. And then we have wipe tower info. That's fine for now. Tool change, enable ramming for multiple tool setups. No, I don't think we need that. Filament overrides. Custom G code, so some PA value. So all of that is probably okay. And just for this, we'll change this to TriMax PLA, and we'll do this as our Cement profile. Okay. And then if we go to print settings, see if I have a Tridex, here we go. I have a Tridex PLA and a Tridex 0.4 millimeter. I don't know what the difference is. If we go here and look at multiple extruders, we are going to enable a wipe tower. It's to the recommended tool count or the limit. It is the easy tool count. So it is the easy tool count because there are docks. You put a dock on each side. You could have hanging docks and add additional ones, or have some other setup for additional docks. But 2 is a good starting point. So, okay, just some default settings there. I think I'll be fine. You would lose. Yes, your exclusion zone without changes to the rest of the printer would basically be the entire front of the build plate. So you would want to change more things. Okay, so what are we printing? Why do we, oh, there we are. Oh, this is the, oh shoot, have I not been sharing any of this? Oh, I think I shared some of it. This is the old graphic for Tridex. So this is the exclusion zone map for Tridex. I should change this to show the corner exclusion, but we can leave this for now. What are we gonna do? If we do a simple, let's go out here. Printables. Let's go tool changer test. I don't know. Stealth changer, tool changer test sprint. I saw another, what was it? A MMU test maybe might be a good. Similar exclusion zone to a quad XY setup, yeah. There's all kinds of test sprints out here, and I think we can just, I want something that's going to be touching though. Even something like this would work. Here, let's do this. This looks good. I know it's 5, but I'm going to just alternate these. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. I don't like that. It's an odd number. Never mind. I don't like that one. Forward? What? MMU test. Hello, welcome. There we go. Oh, IDEX test? Oh, that'll work. IDEX test. Oh, those are terrible. Let's do this one. I like this. Files. That file. Yeah. Save as. Just save it there. And let's go back here. Open. Downloads. There we go. Component 2, component 1. We are going to be TriMax Filament and TriMax Filament. We're just going to send the same thing. We're going to change the color here. Tool 0 is gray, and tool 1 is some tealish green color. Okay. No, what happened there? Tealish green color. There we go. And then we're going to assign that right there. The white tower currently supports the non-soluble supports only if they are printed with the current extrude. Okay, I don't care. Invalid data. Why is there invalid data? Minimal fridge on white tower. Why is there invalid data? Multiple extruders, white tower. Prime, no, I don't want that. No spheres. Here. The white tower currently supports the non-soluble supports only if they are printed with the current extruder without triggering a tool change. Both support material extruder and support material inserts need to be set to 0. Support material extruder and support material interface. 0. Support material interface is 0. How do I did that. This is weird. I've run into this before, haven't we? How do I actually enable that? Do I need to go over here and enable support material? Yes. There we go. Now we can go over and we'll just turn off auto-generate supports. Ladder, slice. There we go. No, I haven't, but I don't know what's going on there. And then I want this guy. Generally, I like the wipe tower to be in between the part and where my tools are coming from. And that helps to grab so that it doesn't drop the any ooze that might be there on the printed part. So it's going to be coming from the corners into here first and then print. I have not defined one of the filaments as support, and I haven't defined supports at all, but this is fine. There we go. Then the last thing we need to do, I think, is go over here to our physical printer setup and change this to TriMax. Test it. Works correctly. Okay. And save. Okay. I think we're ready to just try a print. YOLO? Are we ready to YOLO? This is good. We are homed. I think I'll grab T0 and we'll print. You didn't rename, I didn't rename it, I know, but that's okay. I can go in here and what is it? Isn't there a rename? Edit physical, delete preset. No, I thought there was a rename. Anyway, let's send it. Can always rename it later. Yep. So we are going to send this. Okay, are we ready? I'm going to hit upload and print. So we'll just watch it from here. So the print start really, I need to add, I'd like print start to home, unless it's checking. Is it checking to see if it's homed in Z-tilt and just skipping if it is? Ooh. And it's not doing a adaptive mesh, which is probably, here, while that's running, it's probably here. In this profile, this is probably pre-adaptive mesh, and verbose G-code needs to be enabled. So let's save that. So that's why. It skips it if already homed and tilted. Got it. So we're just gonna have to bear with a full bed mesh here. Was it? I thought it was verbose. Complete and, oh, label objects. There we go. Yep. Sorry. It was both. Don't you have to do both of those? You do verbose and label objects? I knew it was there. It is a PZ. Yep. It's a Revo PZ as the probe. Just label? Okay. I'll turn off verbose then. What do, oh, is that all you need for? Okay. I'll turn that off. I wonder if I have that set verbose on the rest of mine. My gap here is a little smaller than the gap here, so that means my bed could probably use some centering. Hey, Leonard. It does. The adaptive mesh will probe only around the area of where the print is going to occur. Let's see. Try to get a little better angle on that. It is currently heating to temperature. Hey, Natural Burner. It is interesting that it puts it there at the back. I tend to like my my preheat stuff that it's doing right now to occur closer to the prime point. Okay. It's a fancy purge. Whoa. I don't know why that screwed up. That wasn't right. Yep. Let's e-stop it. All of the tests, and suddenly, oh, I wonder if it caught it right here. Well, let's move things around by hand and see where things catch. It hits, but it shouldn't be enough. I mean, it should be enough to wipe the nozzle, not to. Let's firmware restart. Tool head's not supposed to fall off. It's really not. All of the test tool changes, and it decides not to do it on the test print. I wonder why it did that. Let's keep things warmed up. I wonder if it was too fast and it hit here. So what is the safe? Maybe I need to move my safe Y back a bit so it avoids this. Yeah. Oh, I did the tool change test. It's just, I would probably need to do a tool change test from here. But I'm gonna look at the, here, let's just keep the bed heated up. To keep the bed heated up, let's look at Clipper tool changer, and the tool changer config has, is that right? Param safe shuttle Y. Safe motion with no tool head present. While tool head is present is 75. So that should have stayed back here before it comes forward to the brush. Here, let's look at what it's doing. Here, let's just do a home all. Okay, now let's do a tool change. See, when it does it from there, oh, it did not like that. Okay. It didn't hit this, it just didn't hit the point. So let's check our locations just to make sure everything's good here. So let's let's bump the speed down. Let's bump the speed down before we go too far with this. Just a little bit. I don't think we need to bump it down a lot. But let's bump it down to 20,000. And it doesn't seem to be taking the path speed when it's actually doing the motion is what this should be, right? It doesn't seem to be doing that. Let's save and restart. Just slow it down a little bit. Okay, so let's home all. Pay attention to what's going on. Z-tilt isn't really important right now. I don't know why I hit that, but we'll do it. Okay, so if we put it back in the middle. We got 15 more minutes, so we're giving away some filament. Move this over here so you can see it better. So now let's go ahead and grab T1. Grab T0. Oh, jeez. Grabbed a wire. It did not like that. ADC out of range. I just pulled something. Sensor extruder temperature. It pulled on the... pulled that right out. It didn't pull on the temperature plug. What is going on? That is... What is happening? There's nothing that it's catching on wires, but it did just... Let's try restarting. Let's see what happens. No, it's lost the tool 0 ADC out of range. Our temperature is wrong. What happened? It didn't even touch the temperature wire is the problem. Temperature sensor is right there. That's all plugged in. What did it do? It didn't pull on temperature wires at all. There it is. There it is. That wire did break, but it didn't pull on that one. Okay, I gotta fix that. Okay, let's fix it. Let's fix it. Let's shut down. That wire is broken. Yep. Shutting down. Shut her down. How can I best do this? I don't really want to undo all of those zip ties. Let's see if I can do this in situ. Let's find out. Oof. Yep. Much oof. But it didn't even pull on that wire is the thing. I think I can do this in place. It is hot end thermistor wire, and it's just, it didn't. Let's just get all this. Apparently was not a good solder joint. It's not okay. Let's see if I can tin the existing wires. Okay, that tinned okay. Yep, we got some good extra amount of solder on there. It doesn't look like I had enough solder last time. Let's get some heat shrink. Where did I put that? Did I put it away? I was using it earlier. I did not put it away, which means I put it somewhere else right here. There's no strain on that, where that wire is the thing. There shouldn't be any strain on that, so a little extra long heat shrink, I think. Move that down there. Get this into place. When in doubt, stack it up. You just need to hold one of them in a good spot. And you can grab the other side with some tweezers. There we go. That's the angle. I had to change the wiring on this at some point. That's why it's. Let's move this. There we go. 1000% improved solder joint. Did you know that Omni Fixos would stack like that? Oh, come on. Fiberglass insulated wiring is for the birds. I gotta redo that because I can't get that small piece of heat shrink over it, so I need to use a little bigger piece. I gotta redo it. A little bigger piece of insulation. Let's try this. I hate the fiberglass insulation. This isn't ideal. Trying to get it on there, and I'm just fraying it. This sucks. There we go. Got it. Just had to use the tweezers to push that in. There. Just need a little zip tie to hold that up out of the way. Then we got to figure out what is going on. I'm going to double check my dock locations just in case there's something going on with that. Where are my zip tie box? Zip tie box. Is it the one I put back? Yes. There it is. What do we got? We have 3 more minutes till we're giving away filament. Cool. 3 more minutes. Get these just around here. This will be enough to get it up out of the way. Okay, so that is all fixed. Get this back up there. Cool. Hey, lore girl. Oh. Got home from the movies. What'd you see? What'd you see? What are folks watching lately? So the things I've been watching lately is I've been watching Silo and Pluribus. I'd heard those were good, so I started watching them, and I like them. Wicked for good? I haven't seen Wicked yet. I know it's on streaming, so I should just watch it sometime. Oh. I watched Silo Season 1 and didn't realize there was a Season 2. So, until someone mentioned that there was, so. I'm two episodes into Season 2. Okay. Success. It is happy. Things are not happy. And I don't know why. So let's go again. The creator of Breaking Bad, so I know it'll be good. Yeah, I like Pluribus. It has been enjoyable. Let's do a filament giveaway. And let's see. Wheel of Names. And then we'll come back and troubleshoot this and hopefully get a print done before calling it good for the stream. Warehouse 13. Oh, oops. Here, let's get rid of this. Let's go there. I'm actually starting before 1 o'clock. I am minutes ahead of schedule. It is now giveaway time. So are we ready? Do we have responses? We have almost 200 of them. How many people do we have here? 306, 185 likes. Let's get to 200 likes before I actually spin this wheel. That's not a criteria, but it would be nice. I'm right on time. Exactly. It would be nice. 310 people, 190 likes, almost there. So the way we do this, if you haven't been around, I do give until the count of 3 to put your entry in. If there is a new entry while I'm counting down, then I get to start over. So let's start the countdown. 3, 2, set up the pot farm. 3, see, we get a new one, so I get to start over. It's fun to start over. We just got another new one. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Gotta catch up on chat. Need 10, oh yeah. Move your mouse to that button, click, it's simple. Exactly. Did get a new one. And another one. 3. Might have been you. Hey, Sanity. You should have entered. No, you couldn't have entered last night. I didn't have it set up. Roger. Thanks for becoming a member. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, and done. I took too long to hit save. We got 2 more there. Final countdown. 3, 2, 1, done. Okay. Let's see. Let's create the thing. See, that was only 3 seconds. Maurice, you got the first entry in. Who got that last one in? Dan. Copy. And paste. Oh, we have only 11 days left until Christmas, and I haven't done my shopping. Let's do a number between 1 and 11. 1 and 11. One and 11. Let's see. Let's see, what do we got here? Shadow Claire, you said 11. Let's do 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Spin. What do we got? Who do we got? Gradic Print. Gradic Print. Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Gradic Print. Congrats. Are you here? Let's see. Gradic Print. Gradic Print? How fast would it if you tried to give her one of your printers for Christmas? Gradic Print, thanks for being here. Congrats. You know what? You know what's really nice is we don't tend to buy gifts for each other. We don't worry about it. I mean, it's been 30 years together. It's whatever. Gradic Print, congratulations. You are, all that is good. Let me get this this email going. And here, nope, not that one. That one. Okay, you should have an email on the way. Congratulations. Christmas is about the kids, yep. I have nieces and nephews. That is where it's at anymore. Nieces and nephews. Congrats. Awesome. Let's get rid of that. Let's remove this from this new interface. Move it from the description. Oh, timer's done. Where are we at? We did hit 200 likes, so thank you. And let's unpin this. Okay. Nearly, Belphegor. You're right. Okay, let's see. So what I want to do is this is back up and running. So let's double check, because I have done a lot of work on the depth of these screws and where our X position is for the dock. So let's double check that to make sure. See where we're at. So let's go ahead and home all. Get a little wider view of what we're doing here. Yeah, I can turn that in so we can see what's going on there. So let's see. So our config says, so here in Tool Changer config, we get our Y. So the attach for Y position matching the large opening of the slots. And then Y position right before the magnets start to grab. That might be a little off. How important is that? Are you still around, Z-Runcho? I'm curious what the difference is between these two. How important is the Y position? Because in my previous docs, this was 7 and this was 5. Y position right before. I feel like it needs to be a bigger difference than 1. But I don't know how big of a difference. Those are several millimeters. So if I set this to like 3, is this going to be a better value given the M3 hardware we're using here? So that is our Y attachment. So let's save that. And then our tool 0, we're at down here. I think it was down here. Yeah. Minus 48.4 when it's actually parked, but minus 43 where it's almost. So, and we get those values. Let's go back here because this was in the configuration. There was a table here. So the park X and detach X, position with the tool head aligned with the dock, and position where the tool head can safely pull back in Y. So detach X should be the detach X is, yeah, this is where it's outside of it. So let's look here and let's go to, let's see what these values that I have right now look like. So G0, Y minus 6. So we're just gonna move here. And now I'm gonna move G0, Y minus 43. X minus 43, never mind. So that is, if you look there, very close. It seems like a reasonable, that looks like a reasonable distance away from the tool head. Looks like about 2 millimeters. Seems like a good point where it's going to potentially, I guess, let me go, let's increase Y by 10. It does hit the little brush there, but just by a tiny bit. It doesn't seem like it would, it barely touches it. I could probably adjust my position of all this based on where these are hitting by moving the this whole thing down a little bit. Maybe I can put, here, once you're done here, I'm gonna put a couple of washers in the dock space here. Just to move this down just a little bit. It's still gonna touch. If I do a brushing motion across there, it's still gonna touch, but maybe moving this down just a hair will help. But still, we wanna find out what these positions are. So this should be lined up with the tool. So now if we go, that's minus 43, which I'm guessing like a 2 millimeter gap there is a good idea. We could reduce that even more if we really wanted to, but I don't know if that's a great idea given what we're running into. Yeah, and it's not, nothing else is touching. So now if we go minus 1, so it's minus 48.4 is where we have the 47 minus 48. I feel like that's really close, and the 0.4 might not actually be necessary. What if I get rid of that 0.4 on that? So let's do that. Pillow Prince, thanks for being a member for 43 months. The dock height is critical, where the head sweeps in X +1 to add a washer or two to get it right. I had a head detach when my brushes pushed off the head too. Yeah, I guess that's if it's shifting this enough to cause that to not line up when it gets there, I get that, yeah. I'm gonna change that to 48 even, minus 48 even. So we're gonna go in here and we're gonna change our tool 0 down here to minus 48. I did 0.4, but I don't think it's critical to have it that close. And if it's that close and it's actually brushing against the end of the bottom of the keyhole slot, I can imagine that's not fantastic. I think height is really good. Here, we're just gonna save this, but not restart. If I go here and go back to, this is why I think the better design is to have the brush oriented in Y to avoid that. Then it pushes or pulls ahead, but doesn't twist it. The brush oriented in Y. So flip it this way. How would that change it from the brush to avoid that? Then it pushes or pulls the head, but doesn't twist it. Oh, I see. So it's coming in along the brush. Well, that's a good way to fix the whole. I wouldn't have to do any special macro. It just brushes as it docks and undocks. That's probably pretty great idea. I'm gonna try that. I'll have that ready to try by Wednesday. More bed clearance, exactly. I agree. I'll have that ready to try by Wednesday. We are okay. So I wanted to move this plus in X, and I wanted to just make sure that I am as close to. I am very centered in Z. On my docks, it's very centered there, so I feel like I'm pretty good there. So I want to move this. Let's go put this back. I'm gonna manually undock this. So Y10. That's that right in place. That's that right in place. Yeah, I was thinking about height adjustment, Tuxedo. I need to figure out some method of doing that. I'll have to stew on that for a bit. Okay, now we're gonna go G0X, what was it? Now we're gonna go tool 1. So tool 1, we're at X294 is our safe spot. So let's go G0X294. Okay. But what's generally your favorite filament material? Well, ABS or ASA is what I print with the most. Okay, so let's put that on there. So 294 is our safe point. So let's get Y, move Y back. I'm right at about the same amount of clearance. Y clearance is on the other one. So let's go back to, there's -6. So let's see how this is lining up. Okay. So, and then let's go +X so I can see a little bit closer. I think that's really close, but it could probably be adjusted. Let's see where I would adjust it. I would probably move this whole thing down a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Hard to tell. It's not actually touching, so I might not mess with it right now. So what was our full? We go here, go back to tool 1. Our 298.5 is what we're what we're looking at for our fully inserted. So let's see where we're at. We're at 296. I'm gonna just watch it right here. 297, 298. I think the G0X 298.5. Let's see where that is. Yeah, I think that's great. I wouldn't change that. That looks about the same point as this one, the tool one is. What tool would you recommend to cut a rail down to size? You're going to want to use some sort of abrasive wheel, either a Dremel with a fiber cutoff wheel or a bigger cutoff wheel. Just watch your temperatures, don't overheat it. I was gonna sneeze. I was gonna sneeze, but it didn't come. Okay, machine, so tool one, we're not actually going to change. We're gonna leave it. So let's save and restart to get those changes in effect. Let's manually dock that. And we're going to put some spacers here just as I want to print. I want to print. So let's pull these off. And we're going to grab some M3 washers. Okay, so I'm going to do 2 washers on each. Okay, so I have plenty of threads here, so we're just going to put a couple of washers on each one just to lower this. It's going to change the location of my little nozzle block, but I can tweak that too. So I just want to make sure, see, especially since that I really like the idea. I really like the idea of changing the orientation of the, where did you go? Oh, I lost another washer and it actually lost up onto the magnet. There we go. Ah, that's why. Because no. Okay, so this is going to lower that by 1 millimeter, about. To get the brush height right before ever mounting the dock. But the dock is more important than the brush height. So I think the tweak will be figuring out some sort of way of adjusting that. But that is, if we move this over here, we're barely skimming the brushes now, it looks like. Yeah, we're interfering with the brush here by about 0.2 millimeters. So as it goes across there, that should not be any way to break to affect the tool head. So that is, and then does it still sit? No. So our nozzle, our brush, our ooze blocker, which I do want to work. So let's pull one of these out, pull these screws out. And there is enough. There's 6 millimeters of thickness here. Could be able to take these out. Maybe just push this up. Oop, not that far. That worked out pretty good. Yeah, just push those up just a little bit. But that means that this doesn't grab the same. Yep, that just pushes it out now. Darn it. Yep, it's pulled all the way out now. I'm just gonna leave the screws out for right now. See if I can push this thing down in there. There we go. Push back in. Just got to push it up just enough to touch the nozzle. There we go. Pin it here. Was divorced and put in the sides of the bed. Just leave the anti-ooze part. Well, the problem with putting it attached to the bed is you have to then affect a potentially large Z motion to potentially large Z movement to scrub if you needed to between color changes, and that could interfere with your print. Oh, that also kind of sucks that those are I'm gonna have to these are stuck on here, which means I'm gonna have to move them to a new printed part, which means they're probably not gonna be as well connected anymore. Okay, leave that off. I do want these assemblies on here because the ooze blockers should still work just fine. That one's touching. Okay, that should be better. VHB is too thick. I'll probably just super glue them to the next piece. I'll probably just super glue them to the next piece because VHB is just too thick. This is annoying. Okay, that is on, that is there. Where is, that's that. We've adjusted both tool heads. So let's see how that works. Home all. Okay, let's do a tool change. Whoa, why is it doing that? It's done that twice now. Why? That's not okay. Why is it? There's nothing. Okay, so that's what it thinks it has. That is moving, tilting more than I would like it to. Let me see from this side what's going on. Okay. Yep, just lost it again. It's losing it over here. It's not losing steps. It's not grabbing at the point. If I can pull some more umbilical, see if I've got. It's pulling back on here. You see that? And then something is grabbing. It's not grabbing on the other side. Although these could probably need to be. I think the ooze blocker is causing the head to twist in the dock and not sit right. It is barely touching it. I can see that. I can see the why that would be, but it is barely touching. But why would slowing down the change make a difference on that particular thing? That needs to be moved out of the way though. This is the Y or the X end stop thing here can move way too much. So let's get that taken care of. I don't understand why slowing it down would make a difference on that. I mean, it's a good troubleshooting step, but I don't. The problem is, yes, there's a new variable in the system, but the system isn't going to work very well without that variable in place. Let's keep that from being able to droop down and catch. You have to remove the blocker's brushes and make other progress, or maybe slow-mo it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I understand. Filament loaded now, where before it was all fine. I still think it has something to do. I've got some fairly, I mean, I think the umbilicals are fairly heavy. Okay, that should not be putting any pressure on there now. It's barely touching. Barely touching. Yeah, these, the cables that come with the big Tridex stuff are pretty heavy. Oops. Get a little bit of extra slack here. What do you mean? If I have a PZ probe, why use a Mad Max probe? I'm not using a Mad Max probe. Magnet pull is really good in the dock, but there is still quite a bit of allowing the movement allowed. Quite a bit of movement allowed. Could the gantry be a little forward on that side? Like maybe belts need a little tweak for alignment? No, because I'm moving. When I do the test, the alignment with the keyhole slots is equal on both sides. Let's see what happens here. I pulled the silicone down even further to get it out of the way of there. Oh, well, that doesn't work very well. It's got to have a tool on it to home. There we go. It's not pulling, it's not pushing forward correctly. And I think it might be the pull on the umbilical. So let's really get some more slack there. I think that the comments about filament being in the PTFE tube is causing a little more pull on this. This does take more effort to pull forward than this side. Yeah, that is a more effort to do that, but the tool head should be able to compensate for that. I mean, this thing should be able to push. Oh, that's interesting. When it's pushing forward, is it pushing too far forward and then pulling off from there? How is this looking? I'm going to turn these in half a turn. See how that feels. Oh, That's significantly different. Turn these in a quarter of a turn. See how that does. Let's see how that does. Does one of my fans have a broken blade? What? Who said fan? Oh, shoot. There is a broken blade on the part cooling fan there. That really sucks. It's not actually broken. It's bent. That's not... Oh, now it's broken. Here. What's the opposite side? There we go. All fixed. All fixed. That sucks. I'm gonna have to replace that. I did that before seeing your comment there, Phil. Okay, let's see if this helps. Some adjustments to the way the flathead screws are interfacing with the dock. I don't think this is causing it. I think it's either umbilical, weight, or what I just adjusted. Okay, I'm all. Oh, it pushes it off to the side and then binds up and loses it. Why is it suddenly doing that? Why is it suddenly doing that? This just seems, oh, what is it? What? Oh, shit. This wire, that wire is what pushed it that time. Wire management is so ultra critical with these. Ultra critical. No, the magnets aren't moving. They're always tilted when docked here. Let's see if I can get this. This X end stop cable has been a bear from the beginning on these. Let's get this up and out of the way. What happened? Lost communication. Okay. I mean, firmware restart. Okay, I must have just tweaked it. Okay, so this comes over. Ah, yep, that's what's going on. So this is just tilting way too much. So what's happening now that I see this a little closer? I can't really, here, get this camera out. So what's happening is you see there, that wiring, see that? When it tilts, it's getting down and interfering with it's interfering. It's tilting too much and it's hitting that and putting it out of the way. This, I was hoping that the fourth attachment point would solve that, but it hasn't. That amount of that forward point there has too much play. It still allows it to pivot too much. Okay, so the ultimate impact is the umbilical is too heavy. No, it's not actually being pushed by, it's not being pushed by this silicone bumper. That has not, that is a, that is not the root cause of this. The root cause of this is the weight of the umbilical and probably taken over the edge when we have filament in it. It's probably light enough or flexible enough without filament in it. Yes, I was trying to pull more cord here. I think I need to pull some zip ties to get more. So let's do that. I can do that without, I think I need to pull, I'll pull this zip tie. I was messing with this yesterday too, trying to get. It would potentially be helpful to raise the whole tool head extruder assembly by a little bit, but now that I've made room over here, I should be able to pull this quite a bit further this way. There we are. And then we'll need to pull some PTFE to match. It's still really in the dock setup. Now there's a couple of things that are going on here. These are all moved over 1 millimeter different from what I think is a 20 millimeter spacer. No, I'm not gonna do a keyback. That's a Band-Aid. We don't need a Band-Aid like a keyback. How can I, without it hitting the wires, if it didn't hit the wires at all, then a little bit of lean isn't gonna hurt anything because it pushes, without interfering with the wires, it just pushes into place and the magnets grab it. So a little bit of lean doesn't hurt. So I think our real solution here is I need to minimize that even further than it is. I need to minimize that even further than it is. I mean, there, that's better even as it is with more slack there. That also better matches, oops, the slack that's on the other side. These are a much closer match to in symmetry on that as well now. I need wireless tool heads. Yep, I like that idea. So, what else hits over here? So those are really close, but what could, so these things are also awfully tall, so they don't need to be this tall. So I can cut these down a little bit so they have less chance of catching on the wires. So let's try that. How bad of an idea is it for me to just flush cut these by a couple of millimeters? And maybe a little grinding, little filing, just to that is better, more close to under the screw heads there. Okay, so now if I come over here, those aren't going to be touching, so let's try that. Let's try that. We've made a couple of more changes. I gave more slack on the umbilical and a little more clearance to the wires there. So let's move home all. It does. Go ahead. Recommended. Oh, cutting those down, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna redo that. I'm long overdue of changing this speed, so let's cut it in half. Let's slow it down quite a bit. Let's go ahead and do that. Means I have to rehome, but that's okay. Home all. Supports which would require a higher loop of wire and a taller top. See, that's what I really don't want to do. There's other things I can try as far as the umbilical management. But I think clearing up space and maybe even doing like a little like a bash panel, so to speak, like on a car, like on an off-road vehicle. What do you call it? Not a, shoot, I'm just drawing a blank. Skid plate, basically. Bluetooth, there we go. Turtle's got it. Okay, so we have slowed down the tool change. Let's go ahead and execute one. Let's see. That still leans significantly. I'm basically didn't get any advantage by going to 4. Okay, let's pull this back. I'm putting maximum angle on this. I just forced it into its maximum angle. And I want to watch this. Yep. Oh, geez. and it's broken. So it's broken. That one broke it. That one broke it. It pulled the keyhole over here. Yep, it needs to not lean as much. That's the bottom line. There's a certain amount of clearance here for a good reason. Would it be helpful to reduce that a little bit and maybe make the slots a little deeper? Because that would take care of the twist. Yeah, that is can't print today broken. Because that's not going to be reliable. So I'm surprised it took that long with the what we had going on. Oh, what happened? Deeper and wide trade-off is travel loss, but sure can do. Well, the problem is that why is that doing that now? You have a pivot point, right? You have a pivot point somewhere, and the play in the next key slot is controlling that pivot. The magnets, now I know I decreased the magnet hold strength when I adjusted them. Maybe I need to revisit that to increase that, but these are N52 magnets. There are N52 magnets in here, Nemi. Put the extruder on in reverse to move the CG to the front. I changed that bad mouth and as part of the troubleshooting here, because I thought maybe the screw head was interfering with or catching on the bottom of the keyhole slot area. Now that I know that's not that, I'll readjust them. They could be stronger. So here's an example. So I moved those by about half a turn. Let's disable the motors. So if we look at this and look at the depth of these. So I used a jig to put the magnets in this time. And we're right at 3.45 whatever millimeters. And that same, now I'm at 3.05, but I turned I had adjusted these. When I started, these were at about 3.3 something versus 3.4 something for the depth here. So if we did I turned these, I think a full. This should hold even stronger here. So maybe better screw adjustment combined with a fresh dock here, it might work better, combined with the umbilical being loosened up a bit. The holes need to be this direction because you use the holes going into the dock and pulling back. That's your undock, is it locking into it here. And that amount of tilt, it's not pulling. I thought that if it did this, when it grabs, it should grab like that. The other thing that I've noticed during all of this, I've never seen that it changes speed when it does the final dock and undock moves. Is that something that's not working or that I've screwed up here? Shouldn't this, if we go to tool changer, shouldn't this params path speed? If we go over here, path speed is the speed of careful motion near. I took this to mean this is the speed it should be using for the actual keyhole slot moves. Is that correct or is that wrong? Or I don't think it's slowing down when it does that. And I wonder if that's what's going on. So let's look here, params path speed. Let's look at this. If we go into, this should be not gonna be here. Let's close this. This should be in the tool changer macros. And if we search for path, we should find like path speed, right? Dock sequence isn't using it. Too bad there isn't another magnet in front of the tool head of the lions. It was in the last file. It was in what last file? Change tool. Is it not there? Is it, you said it's here? Pick up G tool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, tool params path speed. F tool params path speed. Still, when we were at 25,000, you should have seen a difference between 25,000 and 3,000. Yeah, of course it's at the top of the file here, but where is it actually being used? And is it actually being used? And maybe this is the value it was when I downloaded it. I never changed this. I didn't increase this for any reason. But what if we set this to 60? Will we actually see it? Let's see. I am going to cut off this little bit that's sticking out. I know, but I want to see this actually do something. Let me cut this off just so it's not protruding forward and causing the tool head to catch because of that. All I need to do is see one tool change. I want to see the extreme of this slowing down. So that's there. I just trimmed that little bit off that was sticking out. Let's save and restart that. Let's go. So all of this is stuff with my build. This is a proven system. Other people are printing with this. These are little things that I've run into because of choices I've made in either the configuration or the part selection. So this isn't universally an issue with the design or whatever. This is trying to figure out what I've done or what I can improve to make this reliable for me. So just I want to put that out there. So if we do need to slow everything down, that's fine. I've slowed the main change down, but I want to see this. I want to see where that other parameter is in effect. And if I've changed that down to an extreme change in speed, then hopefully we'll be able to see that. I'm going to just do the dock, unselect tool. There it is. So it does do that. So 3000 was just way too high. So that does work. Oh, it does that last move not, awfully quick, but then we go and grab T1. Grabs it. Okay. The 3000 was there when I downloaded the file. So that that is something that I should have changed earlier. Yes. That is something I should have changed earlier. So let's go back in and let's bump that up now that we know what it looks like. So let's go back to here and let's bump this up. Let's just go 600. 900 is the other thing. I just want to see, I don't have perfect docks anymore. I think it's probably not wise to run it any faster than we need to. I mean, if we can get this print going today, that would be fantastic. Okay, Homo. Hey, Garrett. Okay, let's do a tool change. Okay, I'm gonna watch this really close for the T0. Now that's hitting kind of hard when that goes on there. It succeeded. That one hits a whole lot smoother when the magnets attract the tool head to the carriage. Let's look at this one again. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'm encouraged by that. Okay, let's do it. Let's send a print. Let's send that print again. Z tilt is not working, so it should. Oh no, let's redo it so it does an adaptive mesh. First, we want to make sure the other thing is there that's needed is, since the other that wasn't there, exclude object. Yep. Exclude object is there. That needs to be there. So let's see. Don't need to save and restart. I do need to get the tool heads back. Then in and out a lot. It looks like a lot of patience dialing this in. Well, I apparently was way too fast on my dock moves. Now, the problem here with this bad mouth is there is no tool head detection. I had to disable that because of some quirkiness in the plugin. So ideally, this would detect a tool head falling off, and then it would stop the print. But I don't think that this does that at all right now. So, what's a 10,000 number control? It's the dock moves between here and here, but all the moves in this area are the slow speed. Okay, bed is heated up. All that is good. If I go back and reslice this with the new settings and send it, it should do a Z tilt and then print. Okay, that's good. Okay. Oh, it's doing the adaptive bed mesh. Okay, so now it's heating up both tools. Yeah, 3 taps. It's 3 probes per point. Stringy. Okay, puts that there. I don't like the start setup here. Okay. That is awfully in the corner there. Okay, well, that's good. I need to bump this down. It's a little high. Okay. It's good though, we're printing. Now we just need to get a second color involved besides the purge line. Apparently I have that set to Hilbert curve as my first layer. It's set up for your micron, yeah. %, success so far. We'll just have to wait a little longer for that first layer. Okay, so before Wednesday, I need to print new docks and I need to print new ooze blockers. How many? We still have 230 people here. 236 people here. We have almost more likes than people, but I'm sure everyone here that's actually watching has hit like. Well, persistence. Keep trying things. You need like a 7th time then, body of evidence. It's got to be an odd number of times. Oh, what else do I have around here? Nobody, yeah, never mind. Oh, I got a new thing yesterday. New thing yesterday that's gonna come up in a build later. Where is it? Where is the new thing? Where did I put the new thing? Oh, over here. Oh, just a couple of example bits. New things. Oh, I put it away. I shouldn't have walked away when it was putting it away. Yeah, that's a good idea, Joey. That's a really good idea. This is the new CNC gantry setup from Vitali. So that'll probably be coming up right after the Stealth Changer build or be a Wednesday series sometime sooner than that. What bamboo printers do I have? Because does anybody else here know? Does anybody else here know what bamboo printers I have? It is the monolith inspired is what we say. Monolith inspired. That's right. I have no bamboo printers because none of the bamboo printers have interested me enough to buy one. There are pre-built printers that have interested me enough to buy them, but none of them has interested me enough to buy one. Yeah, bamboo is a lot of people's first printer. And it is a good tool for many people. But it will never be a tool for me. I do not have an ANET A8. ANET A8, I got into 3D printing right when they were having problems. So... No, this is Hilbert curve. This is Hilbert curve. Yeah, I said, well, nope, time for a CR10. Nothing wrong with bamboo printers. Lots wrong with the company and their take on the industry. From my point of view. I like knowing that my printer is going to work the same way a year after I bought it. What's a T250? I don't know what T250 is. I did, Neil. I didn't get a chance to comment though. And I still want to do the print you talked about, but I haven't done that either. Very printed printer. Bigger rook. Okay. Okay. Good dock. Come on. Come on. Phew. There we go. The purge tower there isn't all that fantastic, but I don't know if that has to do with my first layer. Yes, it was way too fast before. That's absolutely true. I had that way too fast. From that little time of the nozzle sitting on the thing, I don't see any impact to it. So in reality, I wonder if I can just get away with not doing a nozzle. Well, I want the nozzle scrubber for when you go to do the nudge calibration. I don't know, kind of debating whether I need the scrubber at all. Tool 1 oozing a lot more than tool 0. I don't know. How do you know that? Okay. I don't know. How does the XY offset look? So far, from my glancing at it, it looks really good. We'll see once it's... It looks really good, judging from the small circles in there. I could, since the primary use of the brushes is when I do a nudge, I could mount a scrubber here just to the bed frame to the front. Nudge thing is for X, Y offset and Z. X, Y, and Z. So the nudge does X, Y, and Z offsets between the tool heads. Revo PZ is the hot end I'm using for bed probing. Yeah, that's a whole lot better. Revo PZ is only on tool 0. The idle tool is remaining at 100% temperature right now, yes. That's why the ooze shield is so important. Moving slightly on the carriage, it's got a Maxwell coupling. So the Maxwell coupling gives you repeatable attach results. Hey, Fusin. Oh, that color is awfully close to the build plate, huh? Is this the fun part now where you get the results, or is it when you have the satisfaction of solving problems? Solving problems. But I don't consider the problem solved yet. I need to try I still want to improve the umbilical routing, because right now it seems it's probably a little long. And I'm concerned in homing, a homing scenario, I'm concerned with whether it will put enough stress on the tool head to actually knock it off during homing. Is that the coupling with the extruder? I don't know what you mean. The tool head coupling is a Maxwell coupling, yes. And that's the 3 points. So there's three, there's a set of magnets on the carriage and a set of magnets on the tool head. And then you see that? The magnets on there? And then there are the dowels arranged in a triangular formation, and then a button head screw locks into each of those 3 points to control the positioning. Hey, Jeff. So in the description, Thor, there is a link to the GitHub for Mad Max, and there's some really good pictures on there and information. My offsets will be consistent with this, unlike my Tridex. This is doing great. I'm very pleased. The messy purge tower is all first layer offset issues. Yeah, it should be doing 2 layers per. Let's give it a little more detailed look. Just get a better look at the tool change. Yeah, I wish I would have looked at that stock speed. I didn't have a concept of if 3000 was fast or not. So it was impressive when it was working. How much longer does this print have? Yeah, that's working nice so far. The material on the Ooze shield is a high temp silicone matte. Let me see if I can find it. I'll get the Amazon listing I bought it from. That'll probably give us some info on it too. Let's see. There it is. I bought this October 28th, 2022. High temp gasket material. It's cheap. That's the link to it. It's not an affiliate link. 12-second tool change time, including priming. Oh, okay. That's really, seems really good. And we can speed that up with the moves to it. Also comes in black. What does it say for 450F? It's scraping against the, we're gonna get a purge tower failure here. The butcher, no, you're not going to see a big difference in print quality between pretty much any of the extruder or hot end setups. You're just not going to see a big difference in any of the setups. Yeah, the purge tower is going to fail, and that'll fail the print. At that point, I'll stop it, and we'll look at offsets. I can try to cut this piece off that's actually catching. I don't think I'm going to be able to though. Nope. I just failed it all the way. We'll see what it does. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let's see. You know what? I bet you. Just do a full, just print. Let's see if it'll print on top of the blue tape. That and resume. I mean, a partial print on here isn't a bad idea. We'll get a good view on offsets. Pause and resume test pass. Yep. Shouldn't it pause over the nozzle plug? Well, yeah. Although, yeah, that would be a little more complicated because it would depend on what tool is pausing. Okay, let's see if the purge will survive. We'll see. Well, it worked that one, but there's quite a bit of extra filament here on the corner. I mean, we'll see if it works. Extra, I've run into that, Joey. Absolutely. Where is that? Extra length on restart is 0. I've been there. Been there, done that. Are we on top layers? Oh, we're on top layers, so we only need it to survive a little longer. It didn't stick to the build. The whole print didn't stick to the build plate very well. There was no prep. No, it's probably 5 top layers. My default profiles have 5 bottom and top layers. So we'll see. Really, offsets is the whole reason I did this print. We wanted to be able to see if the offsets look to be on or not. Yeah, I need to order another batch of these little scrubber brushes. So I think I will do the whole Y direction and just have it scrub across there when it docks and undocks. Because that is in the strong direction of the tool head. the part is lifting off the bed. Yes, absolutely. It is hanging on by a thread of a successful print. This will be stretching the definition of success. Nope. Darn it. We lost it. Oh, well. But we can get a pretty good look at. That looks pretty spot on to me. But that lifted quite a bit, so all of that is awful. But that looks great. Offsets look great. So I did very little. I was very bad print prep or bed prep here. So let's go ahead and get rid of all this. The top layer looks iffy. Oh no, I wouldn't assume anything from the top layer of this print, because what happens is that is not flat. So suddenly you're pushing into, this is where I noticed it starting to fail, was on this side. I could see it from the side here. But as that's lifting, now you're pushing plastic into the previous layers, and it looks like garbo. Okay, that is there. Let's stop the print. I am very happy for that to have gone in a positive direction there at the end. No bed adhesion. Yeah. I did not clean this at all aside from the wipe down with IPA when it was hot. And it's been sitting here for the whole series. It printed. I need to do a good, I'm going to let this cool down. I'm going to do a good Dawn dish soap wash on the bed, and then I'll find another print to try. Maybe just redo this one and see how it turns out with proper bed adhesion and a better offset. Now I should be able to save my offset here, so that'll save the change I made when I baby stepped it. Oh. I'll use Dawn, and then affiliate link warning in the description is a link to Vision Miner Nanopolymer, which is a cheat code for this. I didn't bother putting it on because I already had it heated up. But usually it's either straight up fresh cleaned build sheet or glue stick. I still use glue stick, or the Vision Miner stuff. Yes, functional. Let's get a, oh. And then home all. I didn't hear any funny noises from that tool head, from the broken blade fan. Yep. Sweet. I do notice that wire there needs to get grabbed. Getting everything up as tight as possible on this is critical. Yeah, Zrancho, sometimes I'll use the Vision Miner, or sometimes I'll use glue stick. But yes, this has printed. this is the end of the series for Sunday streams. I'm going to consider this done, but this Wednesday, unless something happens between now and then, we'll have Zarancho on, and we're going to talk about the project and do another print while we're doing that. So I'll have swapped out my Ooze blockers and stuff like that, but Visionmatter Nano, yep, mixed with so what I typically do is basically that. So this stuff put on, but then I refresh it with a light wipe with a paper towel with IPA. So like I said, there has been very little activity on my affiliate link, which isn't a big deal. I mean, it's doesn't matter, except that showing them that the advertising is effective or not. Excited to make an appearance and answer some questions. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thank you. And so, yeah, a huge thank you to Zarancho for the project. The nudge was done quite a while ago. Adding this, doing this on this printer is exactly where I wanted to be with this printer. My next step for this printer is I want to rotate the thing basically 90 degrees. So the printer is 250 wide and 350 deep. And then I will have full use of my bed. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's the plan. So you can't have it in the UK. Bummer. So yeah. Thank you to Zarancho. Big thanks to Joey for his help with the configuration and macros and stuff. Yeah, we are at nearly 5 hours here, so I'm going to take off. Hope to see you Wednesday. Thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks to everyone that gifted a membership, became a member, super chats, that kind of thing. I do appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend and good week. Hopefully we'll see you Wednesday. Next Sunday, the intent is to start the stealth changer build. So tool changers all the time. See you then, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.